Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and today we're going to be playing some PowerWash Simulator. A nice little bit of a relaxation day. PowerWash is always such a chill game. Before we get too far into that, though, let's check in with the kitties. We did have Sherbet brush by the play area. We have Mason, Sky, and Sammy on the bed. Ember is getting a bit of a snack there. Sherbet running by can imply the presence of Molly, since both of them will play. But we'll have to see. We will have to see. Yes. Go in here. There we go. But let's pop right in. Why is the music not coming through? No, there it is. There it is. Hello, Ember. Hello. She says, I just had some food, so it's time for hugs. All right. What do... I acknowledge you, Ember. I do. I do. I do. As you stopped, I must now stand up. Let's hold for just a moment. Have to console the kitty. YouTube had mentioned that they were going to add a consolidation of tall format and wide format streams. And while I hold out hope that they will add more, it turns out that it's kind of Twitch Studio sort of stuff, which is not useful for me, or TikTok Studio kind of stuff. Hey there, Rapid Fire, welcome. You're joining in the midst of the Twitch ad break. Yes, I know, Ember. I know. Mini roller coaster. And I think... Yeah, okay. Bend a little bit. It's less a roller coaster and more of one of... a wigglier train ride. Like there's not a lot of energy in the height changes here. Yeah, I know, Ember, I know. Yes, I desperately need attention. She's flipping right out right now. It's all wriggly. All right. Let's move some of the equipment around here. Put you there. Get you out of the way here. It seems about right. Sure that microphone has gotten bopped a couple of times, so hopefully I've got it right back in position. We'll see. I do acknowledge you, Ember. I do. Alright, let's just seam in the model. Not terribly unrealistic for an inner tube, but just a seam in the model, not a dirty spot. Within the next couple of maps, we should have enough to get the final one of the urban extreme style washers. You may not mess with the microphone, dear. You need to make up your mind. Just show you part of what I'm contending with here. Head partially blocks this, but she just wants a lot of attention right now, so. She must have lots of attention. Come here. Come here. Come here, Ember. No. She's just got a lot of energy at the moment. So it's less she really wants to kind of calmly sit and get back stroked. It's she's very rapidly shifting to, you know, squirm all over and run around. Which, like, yeah, I know it. But she'll do things like chirp and jump up on the head of my chair and then orbit around and chirp at me. And then as soon as she gets attention, she chirps and runs somewhere else. Yeah, I know. See how far we can get today, but it should be a very chill game. Oh, very chill day, very chill stream. Part of it may be that I've got a fan going. She is currently on my headrest, sitting in the path of it. Spent some time setting up some new hard drives today. Need to adjust where some of the storage is. Otherwise it can be a bit problematic. I wish more boards had more than one NVMe slot. Like, I can make up for it with USB devices, but it's not like you get infinite USB slots, you know? I think they're USB-C slots, but I have some extension cards that could add a bunch of USB-Cs, which will help with that. I mean, very high transfer rate, but there's a limit. Let alone that it takes up a PCI slot, so... and again, that's another thing that the structure of boards, like, they have those slots, but a lot of... if you have a PC that will be used for gaming, the presence of extra PCI slots is questionable, because they're generally placed in a way that 2 to 3 extra ones are consumed just by the presence of the heatsink on a basic graphics card. How's my day going? It's going pretty well, Rapid Fire. It's going pretty well. Didn't get as much done in the morning as I wanted, but, you know. Hey there, Lost. Welcome. Resuming our PowerWash playthrough. We've been starting to get more tips as what might be going on, or at least the beginnings of the narrative weirdness that is part of PowerWash. Hasn't really fully kicked off yet. Well, it has. The weirdness has fully kicked off, but exactly what's going on is still unclear. Yes, so PowerWash Simulator, the first one and the second one, both actually have a relatively involved narrative. Time travel and almost like James Bond supervillain level plot lines and things get involved in the first storyline, and it seems like we're getting more of that. Like, the time travelers have already shown up again. The time travelers themselves end up being a link to the game, but it also... that is a reference to something I wouldn't be able to say, Lost. But there is a lot of just odd stuff that happens in PowerWash. Things like urban legends about like Sasquatches and whatnot, and there being constant evidence that there is either a Sasquatch or a really big dude with bare feet running around. The mayor's cat has made a return. Previously being one of the Easter eggs on each map was evidence of the cat's passage. By the end of the PowerWash 1 content, you have adopted the cat. And there is a little, potentially a side narrative of the mayor wanting the cat back now that the mayor has emerged again. Mechanically, yes, Lost. The core gameplay is just spraying water. But why things are dirty and what is going on in the town, like in the background of what you're doing, is just so off the wall for what the game's gameplay is. Ah, okay. YouTube does not make it easy to spot people across platforms anymore. Like, I get some of the justification, but they've really just made it difficult on some folks. And it's not like it's a feature that people liked. Like, they tested this thing, and it wasn't... This wasn't a matter of everybody was just thrilled to death that they had done it. Quite the opposite, in my experience. One of the things I was working on right up until the start of the stream was getting some USB drives plugged in. They have greatly expanded my storage, but boy, it was a hassle getting them attached. Hello there, Amen. Welcome. Welcome. Nice. We got the water area to finish up here. How are we doing on our monies, actually? Alright, we're at 1,200 base. The max will get us 6,000 more. We have enough to get this, and then I think most of the attachments that we'll need. Amen, this is PowerWash Simulator 2. The gameplay is that you power wash things. There is a full storyline and whatnot behind this. It is weird and funny a lot of times. Okay, so we're going to purge all of that. We're going to buy you and you and you and you. You. Know that we really need this one, but we're going to get it. Okay, then we switch to the Urban Extreme. Look at that thing. Look at that ridiculous thing. Yeah, Farm Simulator was quite a big thing for a while, Lost. And I still find it hilarious that Farm Simulator, there was a tournament in Europe for Farm Simulator. Like a full-on tournament of it. I don't really know what they did, but again, competitive. Oh, wow. Okay, it's awkward because of the spray pattern. But wow. Its form is awkward. Like, it takes up too much of the camera, I would say. That's kind of my problem with the Urban X sprayers in this game. But we'll get used to it. The high ability for this thing to strip away, even without as much coverage capability as the Prima Vista, I think is good. PowerWash is on PC. That's what I'm playing it on. I don't know what other platforms it might appear on. But definitely PC/Steam, you know? Green seems to be the way to go. this game is published by Square Enix, and it's after the period where it's after they had already stopped with their really open third-party program. It was not a... It still kind of surprises me that this came out of Square Enix. Like, it's not that they couldn't make it, it's just that you wouldn't suspect that that would have been the company to be like, yes, we are going to put our brand on this. No fishing. I don't recall if there is a VR mode or a VR interface for it. Definitely the sort of game that you could play. That you could play in VR mode. Like, the interface is such that it would be conducive to it. That is part of the reason Tibbs, and I acknowledge the name shift, but I will always say what's in chat because I really won't remember as easily. But anyhow, that is part of the reason that I multi-stream, is both because more streams equals more people that might see it, but additionally people like to watch on different platforms for different reasons. Sometimes you just like the UI, or you get a better connection, or any number of things, The three that are visible right now, on the left is Sky, upper right is Mason, and lower right is Sammy. I found that each of the platforms, as far as the running a stream, definitely have different things going for them. There's kind of an amalgamation of features that I'd like to have. Let's see, I've just had another thought. Those reptiles on my ride aren't gators, they're crocs. We were talking about this last time we were playing, the biological differences. You can tell by the teeth. Oh boy, hope no one notices. Remember... Yeah. It's alligators. Yeah, the alligator, but they are crocodiles. I am on Twitch as well, Eamon. So you are in the tall form stream on YouTube. There is also a widescreen form, as well as the widescreen being on Twitch. I stream on all three unless there's something that prevents me. The butterfly icon is Blue Sky. I technically have Twitter as well, same handle. I don't advertise Twitter because it's Twitter. I'm there because for self-promotion you kind of have to be, but if I'm going to direct people there, I'm not going to direct them to Twitter. What did they ever do to me, you know? I just find Blue Sky to be a much nicer platform in general. It is very reactive to content that you do or do not want to see. It's important to see other viewpoints, but I don't want to be forced to see the viewpoints of individuals that are hateful and have money to force a topical promotion. Other games I play or stream? Currently, so aside from this, we have our game dev streams, where we continue to very slowly write a video game. I like to play games with a... I love to find games with, like, a detective-style element. It's kind of hard to find, but, you know, your Phoenix Wrights are fun. Anything where I get to, like, think through puzzles. One of the games that is on... kind of on deck is... the third installment of, I think it's Amanda the Adventurer. Can't immediately recall the title, but the third one of those. We have played all of the others, and that is a fun puzzle game. I have played Persona Tibbs. I don't dislike the series, or just the entire Shin Megami kind of world in general, but the newer Persona games, and by newer I mean starting with 3, I just don't like the time management aspect. It's not my thing. Now, the social aspect barring the time management thing is neat. But anytime I play it, I always feel like I am being punished for wanting to see everything. And I acknowledge that you can use guides for that kind of thing, but at that point, I am circumventing a core mechanic in your game to find enjoyment, and I find that kind of obnoxious. But I do like the writing and the concepts in them. Now, it's a bit of back in my day, but I did enjoy Persona 2. I only got to play the American release of... I can't remember if the US got Eternal Punishment or Original Sin, but for whatever reason, Persona 2 has 2 halves. And it is not 2 halves of the same narrative. It is 2 halves between, I think, kind of parallel realities. Like interconnected and influencing each other, but with distinctly different events in another timeline kind of thing. I was very old school RPG though, and it wouldn't hold up very well right now. Persona 1 would definitely not hold up terribly well right now. And this is no matter what people say about wanting turn-based RPGs. It's just, I just don't believe that it would. But they were fun. Those games existed before they really leaned into the, manage your time while, going to school while also diving into a parallel world, magical world of some kind. Persona 2 had a mechanic where, like, as a core plot element, as well as a secondary mechanic, was spreading rumors. And it was, if a rumor is spread far enough and not necessarily like fully believed, but given credence by enough people, your urban legends and whatnot, it starts to become true, like actually taking effect in the world. The first instance of it, and a major plot beat in 2, is the Joker killing. It is the style of urban legend that there's a phone number that if you call it and say a person's name, that they'll die in a particular amount of time, kind of thing. And that becomes true, and finding a way to stop the supernatural killer that resulted is one of the plot beats. It'd be things like chain letters and, the whole concept of, the ring would be that kind of concept. But eventually, you're working with a detective agency, and one of the things you can do is intentionally spread rumors throughout the city to cause them to become true. And some of the rumors don't work because they don't stick, or they have a result that you didn't expect. I started rewatching Yu Yu Hakusho again recently. It's been a long time since I watched it, but I still remember that as far as, what amounts to battle anime, they're actually really consistent about how powers work. And inconsistent power level and capability and how they're handled is my biggest pet peeve in battle anime. It's why I have so little tolerance for Dragon Ball. Because Dragon Ball makes rules and then almost immediately breaks them. Have chain letters made a resurgence? Send this to 8 people or else bad things will happen, kind of? I know for a while that that persisted in email form, but I don't recall hearing of any instances of that happening more recently. It's much more, full-on fraudulent scam kind of thing. Hey there, Fluff. Welcome. Internet age, it made a lot of communication more globally accessible. Like, the reach of communication expanded wildly. Nanotype body can take quite a bit of water. I suspect deep enough ocean would become a problem. Anything that might destabilize the nanocore is going to void your warranty immediately. Urban legends can have a harder time spreading. Like an actually sticky urban legend. But the proliferation of those urban legends is actually pretty common. There are a great many, effectively the cryptid of the month, let's call it, is really common. I still wince every time I hear people talk about how, essentially things like skinwalkers as boogeymen. That is what the heart is, Floth. That's the core. All Catbot Corporation robots and droids to some extent have a nanocore. Its purpose is to circulate the special trade secret nano fluid throughout the body. Breach of the nanocore results in the voiding of the warranty or any sort of product support for your nanotype or even Catbot models. If you should find yourself exposed to nano, do not seek immediate medical attention. Instead, call the product support line on the packaging of your Catbot Corporation product, move to the nearest exposed open window or other aperture, and wait for support to arrive and solve the problem. we were to reach a situation where use of a defibrillator might be considered, there are probably other concerns to be dealt with first. Things will likely have gone wrong in other ways. Definitely non-ominous, concerning to consumer protection ways. Pokemon Living Dex. Is that one specific region / game, or is that the extended version that tends to unlock post game? All of them that exist in a given region, or all of them that the game can load? It's a tab. It is... Ew, there we go. Chair frame and seat both have their own aspect to them. Ah. Pokemon really hasn't been my thing for a while, but I acknowledge that it is still has a great deal of power and weight in the industry, you know? Hopefully they'll get their act together once they get done bobbling a lawsuit with another company. It's actually one of the reasons that I always have so much trouble trying to play Pokemon games, because it almost immediately becomes me needing to have a full collection of a given type before moving on in an area. And I'm not even talking about, like, getting the shiny variations. I just mean I want exactly this collection of every type that I encounter, kind of thing. And as much as it's a core mechanic of the game, they don't do very good as far as the usability of it. they've got something going for them when they are still viewed as the gold standard when it comes to creature collecting games. Digimon has been out there, I think, at least as long. But if you pick a random person off the street, they are more likely to recognize Pokemon than, let alone individual examples, but the brand of Pokemon than they are of Digimon. My first encounter with Digimon was the little Tamagotchi's What Fight keychain toys. Hey there, Dodds. Chinpokomon. Well, we'll climb back up there in a moment. I may have to use one of the platforms because it's a real narrow aperture. Oh, hey, Crooked Gamer. We are in the midst of our PowerWash Simulator 2 playthrough here. Making sure to spread out the gaming and the game writing streams so that we don't overheat the brain while still maintaining momentum. That's been the tricky thing. Gotta balance those concepts. How about you, Crooked Gamer? How have you been? Somebody mentioned it before, but the game was talking about, oh, they're crocodiles, not alligators, but they have that kind of thin muzzle structure that I thought was alligators. Some sort of big new project at work there, Crook, or just generally busy? No, in some commercial sectors, we're in the midst of, busy times. that can be good. And you don't want it to be so much as to be, like, heavily stressful busy, but I found sufficiently busy is better than heavily bored when it comes to work. Like, if nothing else, being mentally engaged makes the time pass, you know? They are doing well. Let's take a moment to check in and see how many we can spot. Should be able to see at least 3. Okay, we have, let's see. Ember, Molly, Mason, and Sammy. No sign of Sherbet or... Oh, there's Sky at the food dish, too. And Sherbet is under my feet right now. So all of them accounted for. But we're going to continue to try to power through PowerWash, haha. And then I think move on to Amanda the Adventure. I want to see how that story wraps up. The ending of 2 was very much a cliffhanger. To some extent, while a lot of, like, narrative ground was covered somewhat fast in 2, it also felt kind of abbreviated as during it, too. I feel like the attic in 1... I feel like the attic in 1 had a lot more engaging elements to it. Air Riders. Now, I know Air Riders was a game that existed previously. Is there, like, a new one out there? Because I know I've seen lots of folks playing it recently. Is it just one of those older games that popped up on people's radar, or did it get re-released or something? Air Riders. Well, that's good to hear, Silent. I hope that we will get a satisfying conclusion to the Amanda the Adventure games. I feel like we need to find some more detective games again. We had a couple that were just real good. And also several real stinkers. We are closing in on the end of this map. Hello there, is it Tomioka? Just trying to see if I recognize your profile picture. And I don't. Nice. my sandwich. Was the gag they used in Chicken Nugget, the it's your fault, you left it out in front of me, you should have known better. I've only seen little clips of people playing it, Crook, but it had that, it had the kind of vibe of old Mario Kart balloon battle, you know, kind of free roving around vibe. I don't know. I've only ever seen clips, and the clips haven't given me a good indication of what's actually happening, but was the impression that I got. Oop. Same arm twice at different times, never broken a leg before. Definitely something that could be attributed to the sort of activities you find yourself in. I am prone to accumulating head injuries. Take from that what you would like. What, Sky? There's plenty of food for you. Yeah. Fell off a door. How did you fall off a door? Contextualize, please. Trying a human variant of the bucket over the door thing. Come here, you. Come here, Sky. Come here. There you go. There you go. You may have a hug, sir. This guy was yelling at me, so he needs some attention. Causing all the spontaneous grime yet. We haven't yet, Lunar. Yep. Hey. I stopped petting him for too long, so he crept further up. That's right, yeah. giving Sky intensive ear scratches here. Like a lot of cats, his inner ear gets itchy, but you don't want to stick your finger in there, and so sometimes really itching the exterior ear, really pressing in on that. Some cats like that. They're all individuals, and you must learn what their preferred pattens are. Molly is quite tricky in that regard. Scratches on particular parts of her back only. Sky does not require constant attention, but when he does, it needs to be quite emphatic. Hello, Sky. Yep. I stopped again. He is now encroached all the way up under my chin. Yeah. See if we spot her as she crosses camera here. See. Good. Yep, there she goes. So if you watch, she moved wide there because she can't step across Ember. Hello, Molly. Says, I saw Sky was getting a lot of attention. I feel like I should have some of that. Molly has yet to fully communicate to me how she wants to be pet. Like I was saying, every animal's an individual, and it's figuring out what their preferences are. I'm not familiar with the character featured in this body pillow you are describing there. Oof. I only ever ended up reading a few of the manga for Jujutsu Kaisen. Wasn't bad, just didn't really stick. Fiber optic cables are prone to having a wide, they tend to be a backbone line for a particular area. You get a lot of, fiber to the area and then copper to the home kind of vibe, structure, pattern, whatever. Body pillow definitely is a contextual concept or a contextual product. In some circles, body pillows have kind of a fetishy vibe almost. But body pillow is also, it's entirely a pillow. There are companies that sell them as sleep aids. They can be good for sleep posture. Especially if you're prone to sleeping on your side. Try with the scissor lift. So apparently, we did the theater level. It was either last stream or the stream of PowerWash or the stream before, and there was a scissor lift, but it was fixed position. You couldn't move it around. Apparently, that was a bug that they fixed. Let's see here. Outer barrier post, carts, a log scene, loading bay rock wall. The fact that it gives you a targeting icon for things that you may have missed or that you missed is a huge improvement on the original game. The original game, you would be given the name of the thing, and you could often infer where it was from that. But some of them ended up being pretty tricky. All right. Let's see that time lapse. Sleeping on your side can be... It depends, like I was saying, it depends on your posture when you're sleeping on your side. there can be circumstances where it can like twist your back, your neck, that kind of stuff. It often depends on how you do it, like what kind of pillow you have, those kind of things. It's not that much different from sleeping in any other posture, but on your side has its own battery of issues. Hello, Sherbet. Here she is. There's another 18 years of gator magic. Stop by for a free ride whenever you like, if you can stand the G-force, that is. There are no G-forces on your ride. To the planetarium. To get kids into science, we've been upping the ante on interactivity here at Washingham Museum. Washington would fit the theme as well. So excitement was through the roof at the opening of our all-new state-of-the-art solar system. There's one word we want everyone to take from their time in Washingham. It's, "That's amazing." Unfortunately, its opening coincided with the annual Great Chocolate Giveaway in the town square, and within seconds we had 200 hyper kids running around putting their sticky paws on everything. Can you please help? Deploying Filth Pulse. Oh yeah, this place is grubby. Was that no... I didn't notice the gnome there until I fired this off. Like, if you watch when everything turns hot pink, you can see the gnome stand out quite well. A sole clean spot in the sea of filth. I wouldn't be able to tell you, Tomioka, both of those are things that I haven't extensively engaged in. I have only ever seen part of the first episode of Demon Slayer, and I have only ever seen really advertisements for K-pop Demon Hunters. I'm led to believe that they are both reasonably good. I have arbitrarily chosen to follow this line in particular. I mean, we've got the soap, so... Deploying suds. Let's see. Anime-wise, are really, that sort of media. I'm primarily consuming light novels and light novel adjacent things, as well as a couple of manga in particular. I mean, demon slaying is a relatively generic activity, let's call it, as far as fantasy media. Demons are a pretty effective go-to villain. given the term is relatively universal and the entity itself is sufficiently amorphous to be able to be used in whatever context you would like, you know? Hey, Colin, welcome. We be power washing today. You can see those kids were feral as you like. But was it the chocolate that sent them over the edge? Or was it the excitement of seeing the solar system like never before? Yep. And that's pretty common with media, is you start to see similarities in themes. And it's not to say that, you know, one copies the other or one is better because it was the first you encountered, but it does become that question of, like, these both touch on the same thing, but what did I like about this one, and what is it about that one that makes me like it more? I heard cat-related noises, and I had to check real quick. They're always up to some mischief when they're not napping, but it becomes a matter of, There it is. Plastic wrapper. What was this even from? It's here for now. People can get really attached to particular narratives, let alone particular characters within media. Hey there, Peas. Welcome. A lot of good anime lately, but also the advent of companies attempting to shortcut their animation with CGI in anime has led to some real dips in quality. The anime continues, and I know that generally means people have to enjoy it, but I still just hate the anime rendition of Overlord. I just can't stand it. And that being one of the reasons is the sloppy use of CGI. in addition to narrative decisions of dubious quality. I used to try to keep up with the One Piece manga, and I got all the way through the Wano arc. Not completed it, but it took that long for it finally to wear on me. Or to wear on me sufficiently enough that I gave up. From what I have seen and heard about the anime, I feel like I would have given up sooner. Peas, the PowerWash Simulator 2 is a largely a continuation. It is a true sequel, both storyline-wise, as well as the idea of its new content with improvements. Yes, Peas. There is a lot of story in PowerWash. We talked about it a little earlier, but to give you a little taste of it, in PowerWash 2, we are one of the early events is that the giant merperson statue, or like aquatic creature statue, in the desert that we cleaned off in the first game, the giant glowing jewel firing a beam across the countryside, pointing to... I can't remember if it reveals the sunken temple or if it directly hits the volcano. I thought it was to the temple and then to the volcano. The jewel from the forehead of that statue has been stolen, and thus the beam has been disabled. That is stuff that has already happened in this game and stuff that happened in the first game. And that's not even counting the little micro stories that happen just as you go through this, where they talk about how the places got grubby and similar. Tomioka, that's an issue that can happen in very... I'll call them battle anime, but combat-focused combat-focused anime that is normally often called shonen anime, is that characters that are... There is an emphasis on the strongest guy with the best powers, as opposed to the things that people bring to the team and the like. For a game with a title like PowerWash Simulator Ps, there is a lot to it. There's a whole lot in the game. Just overall a really satisfying play. There's even like upgrade mechanics. This is the top tier of the Urban X brand power washer. The original power wash game only had the Prima Vista line. This one also has that, but they've given you this alternative, which adds in the it's extreme kind of vibe. But this one has more kind of focused pressure, but it doesn't. Its wide nozzles aren't as effective. The multiplayer support in the sequel is baked in more thoroughly. Not familiar with the game, that ding sound is like one of the biggest aspects of the gameplay. It's once you have cleaned something sufficiently, it removes the rest of the dirt and gives you a pleasant ding sound for you know, that dopamine hit. Good old percussive maintenance piece. Tomioka, if you can look at characters in a narrative and say, what does this person bring to the overall story, or at least to individual story arcs, and you can see a value to them. And I don't mean like what this character brings to the adventuring party as far as powers. I mean why they're there narratively. Then it's a good character. If you look at somebody and they're like, why are they there? Well, they're there because the tropes of this genre demand that a character of this type be present. And so they are included. Then not so good. But it sounds like it's the former based on your description, so There you go. Older at this point, but every now and then I will revisit a series called Thunderbolt Fantasy. There is I don't know if it's from the same group, but there's another one along those lines as well. But it is a kind of a high fantasy martial arts story. Almost kind of has the same feeling as a kung fu story or narrative. Done entirely with detailed puppets. And one of the things I enjoy about it is that the choreography of those puppets beats out a lot of anime and a non-trivial number of fighting movies. Like if the footwork of the puppets beats the footwork in your anime or in your kung fu movie, you have failed so hard. One thing that the every iteration of Full Metal Alchemist did pretty well was detail of movement. For a more recent example, Ranking of Kings frequently did very well with movement. Watch the feet of the character. Watch how they stand, how they move. And that is a big aspect in detail of a fight. Just from a martial arts perspective, foot positioning and your stance is a big aspect. Where a person can move from where they are, how they can move from where they are, that kind of stuff. It lives in that micro level of, where your feet are and how you could take a step from the location and what that would allow you to do. Those same principles extend into things where people are showing larger scale battles or similar. Where are those people as far as geographically? Where are they and where can they go? Just narratively in stories. Where are they going? How are they going? Where? All of those aspects. The flow of the movement. That's not to say that you can't have a good battle anime. That you can't without good movement. I mean, there is something to be said for raw spectacle. But again, it's a reason that I feel like Dragon Ball irritates me a lot. especially after the first, like, little bit of Z. Pretty much once Raditz is out of the picture, it's all downhill from there as far as choreography is concerned. Being fair, it does extend a little bit. You know, for a while, it's not like gone. But by the time they're heading towards Namek, it is gone. Can't say I'm 100% sold on this nozzle. It's very prone to missing spots if you're using it for... I mean, I guess you could use it on very focused spots, like really grubby areas, but I've got the soap nozzle for that. Which then puts us in a position of, is the Urban X really a viable alternative to the Prima Vista? What we might do, actually, is give that a try. So we are going to purge you out. We're going to grab the Prima Vista Pro. You and you and you and you and you. Here, and we go here. It's much more compact as well. Okay, we definitely have a change in the power of it. Oh no, we're sticking with the Prima Vista. Look at that. The Trident makes its triumphant return. It's even better than the original Trident. Because it's a focused trio of flat jets instead of 3 very closely aligned single focus jets. Like, I don't need that sort of focus right now, but that's just better. Oh, like I was saying, Tomioka, I've only ever seen part of the first episode of Demon Slayer. Everything else I've encountered has been, you know, people talking about it or seeing, like, still frames and the like. Like, I'm aware of its existence, but that's it. Definitely a power difference between the Urban X and the Prima Vista Pro. And I love that this is like, I'm having a mechanical discussion about one of the 2 brands of power washer in this simulator game. I feel like that's a sign of them having done this well. I just don't get a lot of watch time with anime lately. It's not that there aren't good ones active, it's just, you know, where am I going to spend my time is always a question. I've started very slowly trying to get caught up again with Final Fantasy XIV. They actually did a what amounted to a TV series that was, it was tangentially related to Final Fantasy XIV. I think it was called Father of Light. 14 is only really involved with it as a, like a backdrop. Hey, Drew. Day today, so I'm playing Clash Royale for most of the day. Oh yeah, you really feel the power difference, but the Prima Vista's AoE is much greater. But if I need, like, raw punch strength here, the Trident feels much more effective. And the coverage is definitely sufficient. Or the power that I've got is definitely sufficient at the moment. Oh, on the game dev front, I did get a little bit of extra work done on it post-stream, essentially. I swapped the various ways I was trying to display the map just over to a unanimated sprite, which made a lot of the logic a little easier to parse. How that is being rendered, I still want to experiment with, but still. Helldivers announced its next warbond. I was kind of hoping that they would dig into the stealth stuff that they have been, like, poking at in the game files for a while. Especially given that the pack that they've created, this newest pack, very much... how would I put it? Conceptually bumps with the prior one. Like, you're entirely allowed to creatively revisit the same concepts, but we already had a Predator in the Jungle set. I saw some of Stray Dogs. I remember seeing some of that. Not all of it, by any stretch. end up reading a lot of light novels and listening to audiobooks, sometimes of light novels. Started listening to a series that I really enjoyed. I think it's called The Dire Chronicles. Let me just check real quick here. It's the Dire Saga. Hero X. Haven't heard of that one, Colin. What is Hero X about? I mean, the prospect of a anime doing 3D animation well is novel enough for me to take notice. Because quite frankly, usually the use of 3D animation in an anime is so very bad. I still remember their attempt at a Berserk reboot that was... Oh, the 3D in that was so painfully obvious. By the way, feel free to enjoy the exhibits and have a nosy at the info if you while you wash. Every now and then I'll like fire up Crunchyroll or something like that and see if there's anything on it, you know, Netflix, Crunchyroll, Hulu, any of these platforms, and see, is there anything available that would make me interested enough to get a couple of months of subscription over the course of watching a particular show. And lately it's been kind of rare that I see anything that qualifies. Sometimes that's just because you don't find a thing that you feel like meets, you know, hits the needs that you have for something at the time. Burn down a house just to find somebody. I mean, so willing to commit arson for you is... Like, I feel like you could view that as a red flag, a green flag or a red flag. You know, there's the classic, they would run through fire for them, but I feel like it's diminished if they started the fire themselves. Was the line, I put the fires out, you made them worse. Worse or better. Tomioka, it's a... Pretty much what you're doing right now is an indication of, you know, having found a piece of media that resonated with you. If it's something that you're willing to talk about, whether you're talking about things that... Like, things that you would have liked to see them do differently, things that you liked, all of that is... It says that there's something enough to it that it's stuck with you, you know? And again, it can be things like, it stuck with you because you really didn't like it. And sometimes that can tell you that you really liked the other parts of it, and you're disappointed, and this is why that particular thing that you didn't like comes up, like why you talk about that. It can put into starker kind of relief what you liked about it. Or it can help you find other things you like, because now you have a clear indication of a concept that you like or a concept that you really don't. That works for all kinds of media. Very pretty area as far as planetariums go. I mean, seeing yourself in the character, seeing some element of a character that is like, this is something that I would do or that I would like to be. That is something that people do. Sometimes there's just I find what this character did admirable. It doesn't mean it's something that you can necessarily grasp yourself. There's the, I find this person funny. There's the aspirational aspects, you know? This is a character that I wish I could be, kind of stuff. A friend of mine, we were talking recently, referencing Final Fantasy XIV again. A major character who is regularly referenced from the Shadowbringers expansion is Emmett Selk, a pretty much the if not pretty much the primary antagonist of that expansion. And that is a character that is very much frequently a favorite, but I would say if that is a person that you see yourself in, then you should probably be talking, either you should probably seek or talk to your therapist about that. But they are so well done, and they're written as a person. They're written believable for what they are. what are they as a person? Doesn't mean that like your antagonists or your villains have to be these deep people who have been, who you can empathize with and you can see their point of view. It's like, no, but I have to believe that they are who they are. Why, with Emmett, you can believe that they are who they are. Hello, F. Hello. Come here. Well, you're either coming over here or you're not getting that kind of attention. Oof. Starting to replay 14 though, man, I need to ration the gameplay on that. The nerve pinch is real. Hello, Ember. Let's see where the kitties are while I am cat detained. Guy in the far corner of the table there. Sammy in her spot. Mason taking up position on the edge of the soft blanket in the heavier, coarser blanket. Ember's on my shoulder. Feeling the skin on the back of my hand. Ear scratches. Apparently this is just the right spot. Ears closed, stretching head up and back into the scratching. Oh. Yeah. I am blessed not to be or to have become allergic to my cats. If I were to have a sudden onset of cat allergy, I feel like I would discover that by waking up in the ED after some sort of terrible anaphylaxis incident, because my entire environment and the air in this environment is pretty much a non-trivial, has a non-trivial cat hair and dander component. It is part of the composition of the air. It is a state of being. Oxygen, nitrogen, and cat allergens. You may not step on the microphone, dear. You may no. You are hyperactive today, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah. I had a lot of errands to run early in the day, and to some extent, I'm having to make up for that with her. Sorry if I get quiet sometimes, folks, but this isn't a focus game so much as it's the kind of game that you end up sort of trancing out to. Not so much that you're focused on, well, let me actually switch over to the game camera. Hey there, HJ. It's not so much a game that you're focused on the doing so much as you are just playing it. You are in a state of playing PowerWash Simulator. It is a thing that you are, not that you do. Meditative experience, perhaps. I suspect they will get some treats tonight. I do need to work through some of the churros that I have. They're not close to going bad by any stretch, but I don't want to waste them. And they do really like them, but that said, they like them so much that it is a process to give them to them. The time that I spent playing Genshin HJ, and I stopped playing it because the gacha element started to feel too intrusive into the experience for me. But I really enjoyed the exploration of that game. Traveling around and finding all of the stuff and things. That was fun. Storyline, it was okay. The kind of perpetual grind activities and the process for character upgrades, very much not good for me. Welcome back, Colin. I could see that being a thing, HJ. Just, like you said, just kind of a fidget sort of thing. anime, games, all of those, they are means of entertainment in ways that you spend time, and a lot of things you have to eventually ask yourself, is this the thing that I want to be spending my time on right now? And that's going to be yes, not infrequently, but also you will encounter, no, I don't. And you aren't really required to say yes to anything. Now, if it's, if you're talking like, work, the thing what gets you money, there are consequences to saying, no, this is not how I want to spend my time. But that is still a conscious decision that you should always have in your mind, especially for entertainment. You only have so much time. Just being cognizant that you're spending it on the things that you really want, that you enjoy, that is where you want to be, Hello again, Ember. Hello again. I mean, related, but the proliferation of blind box mechanics in games as a genre level thing, that has become a meta design, again, almost a genre in its own. Gacha is a condemnation of the industry. That gacha is such a dark pattern. And the fact that people have decided that is what they want in a genre, like they actively enjoy that. It's like, oh no, we were breaking people of gambling. Oh, it's not gambling, it's gacha. It's not a loot box, it's a pull. Ma'am. You're gonna be squirmy, you have to sit down here. But it's not gambling. I like how much resistance there was. There was some proposed regulation that they had to, I think it actually went through, that they had to list explicitly the odds of getting something in loot boxes. And there was a great deal of wailing about that told us there aren't actually odds for it. It is not the random chance that they imply, because if it was just the random chance, they could discreetly give you the number. But in the same way that they can do things like, oh, after this many, you get a guaranteed XYZ, the other side of that is then entirely possible and, in that way, highly probable that, oh, you've only spent $1. Oh, you haven't spent actual money. Well, the top of the table isn't as likely right now. And that is by design, Tomioka. It is. Now, there are going to be people like you who stop playing because of that. And, to put it, I think to put it bluntly, the company doesn't care about you if you would give up in that circumstance. They have built, like, over many companies in much time, that system has been built to tap into addiction behavior. But I really want to get that. That is the thing that I really want, and maybe if I do it some more, I'll get that thing. Oh, it's so frustrating, I didn't get that thing. I guess I'll just, I'll buy one more, or I'll grind a little more. And they are banking on setting a hook in the people that have just the right combination of behaviors that they will do that regularly. And that kind of psychological manipulation, that playing into and promoting that kind of toxic level addiction is, I mean, it's kind of evil. CCGs, your collectible card games, are one of the early forms, like chronologically, of gacha games. There is a gameplay strategic advantage to having having access to more resources. If I spend more money, I can get that rare thing that will give me an advantage. Whether that be over other players or just even if it's just single player solo play. It is, look, if you spent just a little more money, you might get the cool thing. I'll admit, there was lots I didn't appreciate about the solar system till I worked here. Like, I had no idea that in Earth's prehistory, it collided with a protoplanet called Theia. Did you? Well, like I was mentioning, there are circumstances where you're looking at it and saying, I am making the conscious choice to spend my resources on this thing because I find this enjoyable and it is what I want to do. It's almost like an affirmation kind of scenario. Is this really what I want? And if the answer is yes, and, nobody else is getting hurt by it, then you do you, That, and nobody else is getting hurt by it, is important. Now, does that make the practice that the company is doing to promote that addictive kind of trigger to manipulate human psychology any less evil? No. But it makes the choices of the individual. It's still about the choices of the individual, and it becomes okay because they are making an informed choice. Choices and time spent. Is a great deal of your life is what choices you make and how you choose, and how you spend your time accordingly. Tight little space here. Exostellaris. So that is either the name of the vessel itself or of a company behind that vessel. I'm unfamiliar with that, Tomioka. In fact, the only thing I can think of in which that name appeared was in the context of the Roblox CEO demonstrating how much more evil they were than they even expected. And Roblox has... I have no interest in Roblox. Yeah, if it's a Roblox thing, big ol' nope. Not as entirely outside of my wheelhouse. So if you take... So, it's a big ask to essentially say remove the bad actors from the ecosystem before it's discussed. But the idea of a platform in which people are given tools to create content and to make the distribution of that content straightforward and have, again, that proportional compensation for it, like that as a concept is good. But I will say Roblox has not actually done that, and a lot of the decisions that they've made have actively promoted both like social wrongs as well as ethical wrongs. Like, cool, kids are learning programming and game development, but we have also promoted an environment in which children are being used for poorly compensated or uncompensated free labor. And the company turns a blind eye to the proliferation of that. Paying people in company script. That is a thing you're not supposed to do, but it definitely happens. That kind of thing. Perhaps someday we will get a project like that isn't hopelessly contaminated by the worst sort of capitalist evil. Some kid took a bite out of the moon. Must have thought it was white chocolate. It shouldn't be spinning like that either. I see no indication of a bite. Yeah. Huh. Full on deception there. That's what that is. I mean, Tomioka, it's a matter of who does what where. That is generally the concern of those things. As I have expressed, the company behind the game has made it quite clear their interests in behavior tell you all that you need to know about the people behind it. That doesn't mean that everybody that participates in it is going to make a choice based on that topic. And we're setting aside the idea of, doing crimes. You know, don't do crimes. But these things are independent of whether there are things that are enjoyable to be done or whether you have fond memories. For a lot of folks, the Harry Potter books contain a lot of fond memories. But the current behaviors of and actions taken by the author of those books has changed a lot of people's viewpoints of consuming that media or consuming that media in the future. But that doesn't remove the fond memories people had. And that is something that each individual reconciles in their own way. Once again, you decide how your time is spent, what actions you take. It's always an individual's decision. You should always make informed decisions and be aware of the consequences for yourself and others. But again, you know, don't do crimes. Just put that out there as a healthy baseline in your decision-making process. Talking about gotcha. Lunar mentioned, oh, it's not gambling, you always get something. And I was just thinking on that, is like, so if a slot machine always gave you, like, you know, a one quarter worth of mint, like peppermint candy, like no matter what, you would always get at least a peppermint candy. Would it cease to be gambling? Under the premise of, you know, it's not gambling if you always get something, if there is always a thing in recompense. And I would assert, no, it's still gambling. But I can absolutely see a corporate lawyer making that argument. Like, but we always get that, they always get a piece of candy. Yeah, but nobody cares about the piece of candy. Nobody is doing it with a, well, at least I'll get a piece of candy in mind. I'm not familiar with that character, Tomioka. A good principle with fan art is if it's a real person, understanding understanding if there are any sort of reasons personal to an individual that the content of that art might be offensive to them. If it's not a real person, then is there something about what you're doing that would make it a distasteful thing? Like, is there some aspect of the character that you are changing in a way that is, again, questionable? But as far as, you know, as far as I would know, you know, go for it. Assuming none of those things that I mentioned are true, then it's less a matter of should and more a matter of do you intend to or want to. Then you have your answer for yourself, Tomioka. These things, once again, are always a matter of how you choose to spend your time. And if that's how you want to spend your time, and you're not hurting anybody else, go for it. As much as the upper surface as we can, since that ladder is going to constantly interfere with it if we don't. Healing is going to be a bit of a hassle. Hello, gnome. Tomioka, my avatar is commissioned. I got it through Animation Studios. The artist was Dende, and the rigger was Inkjet. Oof. So distracted for this period of the stream. I just looked at the clock. Before running out of time or anything like that, I just realized I've just been playing for that long without stop. I'd come up with the idea. The idea for the avatar is an extension of a prior concept that started as sort of a joke, became a kind of a stream community gag, and then built up a life on its own. And after that, I just started thinking of more narrative and lore that resulted in this. In my much older streams, shameless plug, I have stream VODs on YouTube. You can see that the prior broadcast mascot was a full-on catbot. The thing that can be seen in half of the channel emotes. Shameless plug, there are channel emotes for members and subscribers. Whichever the platform-specific mechanism happens to be. Yeah, leading up to this one, there was, I put out little story snippets and the like. This is the outfit that that the Nyanite has. The slightly crispy lab coat and appearance as it is. Damage to the body that was acquired as part of the prototype testing process, and in no way related to the handoff of control of the factory, which was entirely planned and non-violent. One 100%. That big swath of the floor to get. Like pretty much all of that. And a lot of the ceiling. Just a little over halfway done with this one. Still much ground to cover. I have heard of one of those. Can't say I really have an opinion of either one. Not familiar enough with them to say. largely unrelated to me and my activities outside of use of an avatar. If I became socially or professionally associated with an individual, then a co-stream might be something that would be viable. I have done a few of those with another vtuber named Okami Sky. But a lot of it is where social circles and activities overlap. I played a great deal, like, I enjoy the game Monster Hunter, as do several of my friends, as well as Okami Sky. So we did a series on replaying Monster Hunter World. And that was a lot of fun. We played through a great deal of Monster Hunter Wilds, too. Now, simultaneously, she likes Pokemon. And doing things like shiny hunts and whatnot. I do not do that. Or, I do programming streams. She does not. And it is only because of an overlapping social circle and mutual interest and ultimately development of at least a light friendship or acquaintanceship that leads to that sort of thing. Friendship, compatible audiences, all kinds of things go into any sort of decision like that. Do you ever do horror games? I like some types of horror games. Also games that are horror adjacent. In particular, I like psychological horror. The type of horror that makes you feel uneasy or unsettled. Do I like some action-y horror games? Yes, but in particular, I don't like games where the core mechanic is run and hide in a closet. Silent Hill can be interesting. Like the original early Silent Hills, I don't like the design of, not like design of the content or the art, but I mean the controls. Were funky as all get out. But Silent Hill, I like the vibe of. I like the strong feeling of how much of this is in the protagonist's head, you know? unreliable narrator or point of view is always a strong element in psychological horror. Like, for example, games like Outlast are not terribly interesting to me. Now, I do like a good, well-executed jump scare. But well-executed jump scare is a rare thing. For example, I do not consider any element of FNAF interesting. In no small part because it relies on jump scares that I feel are cheap. Or, put another way, it relies entirely on cheap jump scares. Whereas, say, like Observation Duty, where you're looking for changes, I feel the jump scares are less cheap, if for no other reason than the fact that you notice a chair move can act as a jump scare, and it feels well earned because it was just a chair. As opposed to a very intentional booga booga. But the element of the chair is that chair is not supposed to have moved. The chair is not where it is supposed to be. And that can create a sense of the uncanny, of the unsettling. Another one that I was talking about recently, so I like the spirit, the essence of some of the works of H.P. Lovecraft. The actual topics of some of them are super questionable, but a big factor in those is things that feel wrong. I always like to find that in games and horror content, is the idea that, wait, this is wrong. It is not supposed to be that way. Now, you can do that cheaply. The aforementioned Five Nights at Freddy's and really a lot of games use this as well, is the corruption of an emblem of innocence or a childhood icon. Something that is remembered fondly or takes a particular shape and converting it into something frightening or just hostile. A good example is as soon as, Mickey Mouse, Winnie the Pooh, and all that went public domain, the urge to convert it into a horror property. Those leveraging both just the shock value of doing it, the act of making it gains publicity and kind of ease of concept, but also I have taken something light and innocent and made it scary. We'd like you to return to Detergento to wash one of our historic streetcars. You may, Tomioka, just be aware that you are confined to YouTube's policies. Great deal of just floor to cover here. Again, the entirety of the ceiling yet. I gotta get that satellite there. I'm not familiar with spider lilies, but if it is a poisonous organism of any kind, it makes sense that somebody would have leveraged it for nefarious purposes at some point in history. At the very least, we can finish this. Got to drink for a bit there. Those sudden moments where you are so engrossed in something and then pause and realize that, reality still actually exists and is reminding you of that. Feels like we've been at this one for a while, but only a little over 60% done with it. Soap it up. The soap in PowerWash 1 was a hassle. It was, each type of soap had to be purchased individually, was limited use, and was only really effective as an, it was kind of a power-up for dealing with particular types of dirt. And this one, you have kind of a amount of soap that can be deployed at once. So the white fluff here. Interesting. Okay, all right, well. Jump to here, jump to here. To here. Harkening back around to something we've been saying, we've been talking about the whole time, or perhaps a theme, a topical theme of the stream is we make choices about how we want to spend our time. And if this individual who you spend time with is a person you enjoy spending that time with, then great. But if you don't enjoy spending that time with them, then it seems like a bad decision to do so. Like, it's not a matter of I'm being mean by not doing it. It's I'm making a choice that this thing that we're doing is supposed to be enjoyable, and I do not find it so. For a recent video, take your arm out of the beehive. I am being very self-help book this stream. I do not object to it, just observing it. Each of these loops is its own segment. There are non-trivial kind of chunks o' stain in this, so we may end up having to make another pass around the floor to get them all. Alternately, soap it up. So mechanically, I'm starting to mention it, but didn't. What the soap ends up doing This is me speculating. I don't know in the code that it actually does this. But it seems like anything the soap touches, it replaces that dirt with soap. Like, it ceases to be like a mud stain and it becomes a soap layer. So if you look, the soap is only still where there was dirt. So it may sound trite, but a common... The I don't want to hurt their feelings is a common thing. But if you recontextualize it and say, I don't actually enjoy interacting with this person, and the only reason I do is quote, I don't want to hurt their feelings. If they were to find out that your engaging with them was under false pretenses, and that you actually didn't like them, but you didn't want to, you didn't want to tell them, would that feel good to them or you? It is the living a lie equation there, Tomioka. And this is not to say that that makes it easy, but it is perhaps a way of thinking of things that will help you make decisions. If you take it out of the context of a interpersonal relationship, and instead look at it in terms of, let's say, a video game. And you have been playing that game extensively. You've been playing Genshin Impact for a long time, and it stopped really being fun for you. You have decided that it's not really fun anymore, but you have interacted with that company for so long. You have played their game for so long, you wouldn't want to make them feel bad by quitting. It would make their accountants ever so sad if you quit. But you're not having fun. It is not an enjoyable experience for you anymore. And in an equation where it is, again, it's primarily a you question. There's nuance to a lot of these things. There's the whole white lie question. Can I protect them by not telling them the whole truth? Can I separate myself from the perception of myself that I imagine them to have? Sunk caught that is a way. Not quite there, Silent. I was using a, let's call it a cousin of that concept. It's less about silent. It's the idea is less that you don't want to leave because you have spent so much time that in your mind you are, that time in the past will have been wasted that you'll have wasted your time if you stop now, and thus you cling to it in order to justify your past actions, is more sunk cost. In this scenario, again, using a prior conversation, there is a beehive. It is full of bees. You do not wish to be stung. You have been stung before, and you found it unenjoyable. You then make the choice to say, I am sticking my arm in this hive. Or, you did this, and you got stung. And you are still being stung. You find it to be unpleasant to be stung. Perhaps you should make the decision to remove your arm. I would advise doing so. But at some point, you have to ask yourself, do I really not enjoy this? Because I keep doing it. The opinion of the bees should not be part of your equation at that point. They're stinging you. They have their own priorities, and those priorities involve you getting stung by bees. Newtmechanist, and by extension Catbot Corporation, is not a psychotherapy organization, nor does it present itself as or promote itself as a therapy or in other ways a behavioral health operation. Take any advice that you receive with a grain of salt, and seek professional help of an actually professional nature if you should need that kind of advice. That is actually very frequently a thing that you should be aware of when you're consuming entertainment provided directly from an individual, such as through streaming, is making sure you understand if they're qualified to give you whatever advice you might be receiving from them. I only speak from my own experiences. Those experiences may not be applicable, and your situation may be fundamentally different. My experiences may indicate questionable judgment in some areas. Additionally, by saying that, by making it clear that I am not providing professional services in regards to things like law or, again, psychotherapy, it is a use at your own risk. I am not legally liable kind of scenario. see the "you have cleaned enough" triggers happening here. Soap does not automatically get purged when the "it's clean enough" happens, which is kind of at odds with what I was saying, is that the soap doesn't fully count as dirt. Because the dirt would get automatically washed away as soon as that ding happens. But soap does not. We have constellations up there. Something here. Come on now. Oh. One moment, please. Well, that'd do it. The charger wasn't working. Get these constellations out of the way, since they're very discrete things. I don't know if you've cleaned it yet, but we've taken a slice out of the earth so you can see the cross-section of all the geologic layers. If you take a look in there, you'll find these big red blobs buried deep within the earth. Can you see them? They're parts of Theia. So the entire, like, the whole body of lines in the constellation are one thing. And each of the stars are their own thing. don't conflate a urge to not be cruel with being a doormat. Yep. Being considerate and being thoughtful about what you say, the think before you speak, is the reason that I don't have a lot of channel wounds. Don't be rude. We include specific markers of don't be rude. Okay, there are constellations. Molly has come to sit with me. Others will occasionally do it, but Molly is the only one that currently will still do the the kneading dough, making biscuits when she comes to sit with me. Yeah. Make myself fully comfy. Let's switch to soap. No, you can't chew that. Well, you can chew that, but don't. Acknowledge you are fully capable of chewing that. No, you can't. Don't play with that either. complete topical shift, but cat fur, like texture and coloration markings, those kind of things, are more complicated than a lot of people expect. So stuff like, was it tortoiseshell and calico? Those are pretty much exclusively female cat colors, because those are carried on the X chromosome, and I think they are a paired one, so you need multiple of those genes to get that color. So the males don't get those. It is possible under very particular circumstances, but it is one of those, it's improbably rare kind of things. Like orange males is comparable territory. Orange being a really weird color set, because that kind of color, that bright orange color that cats can be, isn't a terribly good natural adaptation. Cats are small ambush predators, so look at me, I'm bright orange isn't really where they want to be in life. Oh, wow. The whole floor path rotates. Neat. Alrighty. Looks like there will be a side element around this platform that I'll have to get from the other side, but that'll be interesting to see how I'll be getting to that. This will be enough, or if I'll need a different angle. When you pay attention to your pets, or to pets in general, but when you pay attention to animals, you can start to see a lot of their personality, and that's... You don't even need to anthropomorphize to do that. It's not a matter of anthropomorphization to do that. Not to say that the thoughts going through their head are in the format that you think they are, or that you might be, claiming. It's that they are expressing a personality. They are communicating with you in a variety of ways. Are you paying attention to what they're saying to you, kind of stuff. Sometimes with the surfaces, they will actually have it clear at, it seems like, a lower percentage as far as the amount of dirt you have to clean off of them. Or there will be spots where it seems like there should be more dirt, but there won't be because it's just too inconvenient to reach. Our goal will be to finish this level. I'm starting to really zone out. Well, I have been really zoning out. But we're setting an objective. Plenty of pets are very food-oriented. Hey, Lore. How's it going? Did you, Laura, did you see they had, they have announced the next Helldivers War Bond? It is not what I was hoping. Personally, I think they're double dipping on a particular concept, but oh well. How are we gonna... really have a good tool for getting all the way up there. Rest of Theia formed into the moon, yep. That amazing? Our moon's made from the biggest chunk of a planet that had beef with little baby Earth billions of years ago. Yeah, Laura, my thought was that they're trying to give that sort of Predator vibe. The location, like the jungle warfare theming with the minigun and similar, really seems to be hearkening to that. I would have liked to see, just in general, something else, because we already had that thematic call out with the Viper Commandos or something like that. Oh, absolutely. Paired miniguns, like, you know, you have to bring chainsaw, minigun, and I don't know, something like, oh, the volley gun from the experimental set. Nothing but, like, fire down range nonsense. I mean, it'd have to be like a full bow if you were going Rambo, though. Because wasn't it like the hunting longbow with explosive arrows or some nonsense? Or the, composite bow. I would agree. A reasonable facsimile, you know? I wasn't aware that they had done it, but apparently, Lore, the gunship factories for automatons are currently, a given one can only emit 4 gunships total, like, ever, and gunships can run out of missiles now. Like, thinking on it, I believe we'd encountered that, but I just never really realized that that was the case. It does still annoy me seeing the number of people that are really fixated on, like, well, the game has to be played at maximum difficulty. Like, why haven't they added difficulty 11 yet? It's because they haven't figured out how to make all of the other difficulties relevant? adding an 11 when 10 isn't good enough for you yet is kind of questionable. Still very frequently see people say, like, well, you know, they used to have way more spawns and now they don't. They made it too easy. They should crank up the spawns again. They have said numerous times that they reduced the spawns in Helldivers because having too many enemies active in the game world was causing stability problems. So they've been trying to come up with ways to increase the difficulty without having to turn the wrong dials, you know? I appreciate in that video that I linked, there is some of that, like, well, we need a super duper difficult mode. Oh, absolutely. There were so many periods in Helldivers past where it has been, this is unplayable right now. Most of them on Space Scotland. I mean, I remember the kind of death conga lines that we ran into on that, and we still run into, like, shadows of it. I would say this is still... I think the spiral head on the other one still has some merit to it, but this is definitely the best one. It's pretty much the yellow head, but with red power to it. It's practically the green, as far as, like, if you were using the extreme. hopefully we're going to be able to get quicker clear. I think we're probably going to run a little bit longer still. So I will be right back. We will actually take a break for a few minutes here. And we're back. Breaks like that are a good opportunity for me to do all the stretches that I'm supposed to do. Keep all the bits functional. This is something we encountered in PowerWash 1, and I don't have a problem with this, keep in mind, since it is a progressive upgrade system. It is a build-up of power, essentially. Is once you get access to, like, the Trident head or similar, it is quite possible to just use that. Not always ideal, but if you get the armature length or essentially the extensions on it right, it completely replaces yellow, which is the workhorse nozzle. Doesn't have the coverage of green, but since it is yellow range coverage but with red clean power to it, you can just use it for just about everything and change the length of the nozzle to change how much coverage versus how much power. Once we save up enough to get the Urban Extreme end game one again while still keeping this one, we can do kind of side-by-side comparisons more easily. But I find this is just mechanically powerful and easy to use compared to the other. Yeah. Back into Final Fantasy Helldivers. Let's see. Oh, code-wise, for our next programming session, which is either tomorrow or later in the week, our goal is going to be getting the kind of the blocking in for room collision. So you can get the room rendered, then it is taking information about the room, creating the collision boxes for that, and then interacting with those collision boxes in such a way that relevant movement is impacted. So bare minimum player, but additionally we could have things like bullets hit room walls too. so that you can get, like, say, the bouncing yarn ball could deflect off of a wall. Added bonus, I could make it so that walls can collide with airborne things. We'll have to see, though. The first thing is just getting the basic behavior. How can I get it to collide, and then how can I make the player's movement respect it? We could do raycast, but if we rely on raycasts, that isn't practical for projectiles necessarily. Segment them out. And if the segments are weird shapes, it gives you little sub goals to work towards, you know. So were you trying to get the line of sight detection, or the straight line which hexes are impacted concept there, Laura? Is that the collision detection you are referring to? Ah, yes. You'll have to wonder with mine if there's a way for me to further optimize the behavior pattern such that I'm not burning as much of my time in that part of the cycle. free up more time for different calculations, but we'll have to see. I have to wonder if there aren't some calculations that I could make, that I could build into other things and make them constantly available. Such that the request is compacted, you know? Because right now the movement of any object can be relatively complicated. And with enough things moving, that starts to build up. We're very much in I kind of need to get it closer to working model to really see where, if any, additional optimization needs to be done. Because I think we can handle enough enemies per screen, you know? Even more so if we say you can't backtrack through rooms, that it's more of a, you know, it's more Metal Slug than Binding of Isaac, where once you make a choice, that choice is done. You are on to the next part of the map. Because that also allows us to do things like purge entities whenever we move to the next part of the map. Is anything that's not the player goes away between rooms. Simplify the pattern. Outer ceiling, the Earth display, the Sun display, Mercury display. Hello, Sammy. Sammy has taken to wanting to climb on me in the same way Ember does, but Sammy's a good 50% bigger than Ember. Yeah. There's our outer ceiling. Yep, okay. mentioned it earlier today. I'm started the audiobook of the Dire Chronicles again. And one of the things I really love about that is a character that introduces the idea of, or that equates the superhero supervillain scene and their interactions to pro wrestling, to the concept of kayfabe. How the personas and the behaviors are hyped up. They are part of the narrative, part of the story being presented to the viewers. And I think that's a neat concept when you view it through that lens. And it also, like, kind of justifies or gives context to the whole you are defeated and taken to prison, even though you will definitely break out and do this again. It's part of the game, it's part of the show, you know? Still an interesting concept that the limit on the amount of soap that you can have, that you can use, is not a finite quantity. It's an amount of soap already in the environment is your limiter. Like, I have too much soap in the field right now, so I can't put down more. But if I rinse a bit of it away, suddenly I can deploy more soap. Now that'll fade because there's no dirt there, but... the idea of resources that are still actively committed, I think is that's a nice limiter. That is a nice way to do it. You've got to finish using what you've already started with versus you only have this much, period. Primarily what this does as far as player behavior is it encourages you to go for those segments. Like, soap the chair down, finish cleaning the chair, move on to the next thing. As opposed to go around the level, hose it all down with soap, and then double back and scrub everything down, like rinse off the soap in one big go. You are still engaging with the content in the same way. You just added, to reduce the necessity of dealing with the how much pressure at what distance mechanic, you've taken a whole extra pass of coat it in soap and then rinse it. Same end result, you're still trying to go segment by segment to get the full completion. Just so. are still fully engaged with the core gameplay, right down to how you how you actually engage with it. Yes, the soap covers the dirt. There is a soap layer, and clearing the soap clears the dirt under it. But if you get a segment completion, it does not remove the dirt under it because they're separate. Observable power wash tech, you know? Okay. This was a pretty involved one. Not that the soap is necessary for this one, it's that it's far enough away that the utility of any of the given nozzles is greatly limited given the amount of muck that's up there. So instead of worrying about that, we're just going to weaken the dirt entirely with soap and then just rinse it. And that is the trade-off of choosing whether to use soap or not, is the full slow second pass of soaping it down and getting the soap to have full coverage faster than just switching nozzles. So with the soap, I can use the coverage of like white wand, let alone maybe like just green, and get the clearance that I need. Because while it's not instantaneous, the soap does go on in a pretty wide coverage area. If it's a full like wall region and you're ever thinking of using like red or something, then soap is probably a good option, just again for coverage. Well, they might be starting the Christmas stuff in World of Tanks. Not like the full... Doesn't look like they've triggered the full gotcha session yet, but... Sounds like some of the winter-themed stuff has started to arrive. Getting on towards the holiday season. Everybody's got to get their parasitic dark patterns armed. What will be the gruesomely OP tank of the year, Lore? Absolutely stellar performance, haha. Can't wait to show the kids some proper concrete science. Venus's retrograde rotation, the moons of Jupiter, and the imminent visitation of our feline Planet X overlords. Tass joked that maybe the cats are actually like the time-traveling aliens. Are the cats actually going to be aliens? This would be amazing. Following a successful crowdfunding campaign, we're bringing our historic streetcars out of retirement. Not only have we named each of them after notable historic figures from the town, we've also added AI pilots trained on authentic historic data to create the ultimate tour guides for our residents. Uh-oh. Every journey with us promises a unique and insightful experience. Today you'll be watching Penelope Proof, 1810 to 1856, Detergento's most prolific baker. She was also an amateur sleuth, famous for crowbarring herself into any ongoing criminal investigations. The streetcars laid dormant for quite a while, though, so some of the dirt might take some shifting. It's going to be harrowing economically, but I'm really looking forward to that AI bubble detonating. Alright, where are the kitties this time? Oh, all three of them right here. Oh. Penelope Proof streetcar. Power washer, huh? How interesting. Okay, so it's not even... This is being presented as it's not a chatbot. We're gonna get a streetcar-based Judgment Day going on here. Initial pass here. You know, given the propensity lore for when a IP changes hands or enters into, like, manages its way into public domain for it to turn into a horror movie grab bag, I feel like that is apt a streetcar named Destruction. Like, I could see that actually happening. In the same way that people have already made Mickey Mouse and Winnie the Pooh related horror, apparently Bambi has already been tapped as well as far as horror content. And as hokey as the content is, like as cheap as it is, the production values and the intent behind it is kind of cynical and cheap. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Penelope Proof, full-time baker, part-time detective, out-of-hours little tittle-tattler. When I'm not baking muffins, I'm busy solving crime, and right now the oven's off. As like transparent as these efforts are, the fact that they're just jumping in to say like, ooh, but what if scary? We at least have to appreciate the fact that IP that Disney has hard clung to and contributed to the stagnation of, people are jumping in there with glee to remove its like super wholesome nature. All right, there's our first pass. Now let's go through with a soap layer. Anything that clings with the soap is the leftovers after the quick pass. Haven't tried this pattern before, but it seems like it might actually be a good idea to do it. Instead of trying to scrub everything fully in sequence, do a quick run-through of it to see if we can get some of the low-hanging fruit, like door handles and whatnot, out of the way before proceeding to the more heavy work. Once again, PowerWash tech. This also increases the coverage that we're getting out of the soap, because all of the things that could be washed with just a quick spray have already been done. All that dirt has already been removed, so the soap doesn't stick to it. Again, we're left with just the areas that would require heavier effort anyway. do like that the AI of the crime-solving baker essentially just gave us a "and I'm all out of gum" line. Do another. That is on there if it got through soap and rinse. Ultimately, I think this is going to be pretty viable, though, this pattern. Let's go back to soap and just finish up the full rotation now that we've cleared out some of that. Probably need to make more circuits of the tracks, since that's a real complicated structure. Or the wheels, but there we go. Comes to your advantage to rethink the strategy you've been using for the whole game. Sometimes you'll find something that just works better. Right, in we get. Same thing here. We're going to do a quick pass with full coverage. As soon as you started washing, I could see from your get-up that something wasn't right. Why would a power washer conceal their identity like that? What was it that they didn't want me to know? Definitely old style with the like heavy wooden furnishings. Slat benches and what have you. The idea that the AI simulated baker come detective would know, given the era, a 1800s baker come detective would know what a power washer is another one of those good indicators as far as modern AI has gaps. Modern LLM generation for like chat programs and the like. They are not infallible, and they will often make errors that can be hard to mitigate. They can be mitigated, but that is usually effort from a person you could have just had do it themselves up front. Already my head was swimming with more questions than answers, like a half-torn quiz book floating the 7 seas. I had to know more. I like how we're getting the internal monologue narration of every hard-bitten detective in their office. As if it is speaking to us, but in that same fashion. It's also the kind of dialogue you get from a big reveal sequence with a detective in the stereotypical novels, you know. That was where they made their fatal error. There's more. A van tucked away. Sure, they needed equipment to the job, but how much? Or maybe there was more to this van than meets the eye. Maybe there was something else hiding in there. Something that, at that very moment, the entire country was looking for. Are we going to find out that the stolen gem has been hidden inside of our van? And that our next cleaning job will be inside the local prison? Until in the process of power washing the prison, we are exonerated by some sort of newly discovered evidence? I mean, if we have to do some sort of, like, on-the-fly modification of the van that would normally take weeks and weeks of time and, like, talented auto mechanics, then 18. If not, then we fall back on the more than meets the eye, you know, Transformer reference. Okay, now let's do a soap pass. Find out what else we may have missed. Especially with the interior being colored the way it is, the soap should really make the dirt stand out. Welcome back. I'm gonna go segment by segment with the soap here, though, because there are enough little bits here. I think it'll be troublesome if we try to move around too much before purging them. It is absolutely a game that it's not so much that you have to be, like, very patient and methodical, it's just that you have to be thorough. Get all the stuff. once more, we soap. Everything up to the bench here. Okay, switch. Soap. This whole upper portion here. Definitely see some of this green muck on the walls. It's almost got the verdigris of the poles, but it's on the wallpaper. Art prompt, huh? 3 animals in a trench coat pretend to be a power washer. Three of the same animal would be traditional, but I feel like that's something that could do with variation, you know? Maybe that's one of the artistic spin portions. That's up to you, Tamioka. The whole point of an art prompt is to get you rolling, you know? It's inspirational, not prescriptive. Hello, Ember. Hello. I mean, all things considered, the streetcar's in really good condition. Got those segments soaked, but clearly not. Okay. Rinse. Those conduits are for. So the dirt on the upper side is thin enough that it getting wiped out by the white nozzle. Good deal, I guess. Ah, okay, solar panels. So these things have been mothballed, but not for that long. They're pretty much an anachronistic term at this point. I mean, you know, mothballs still exist, but even in my time, that term isn't really fully descriptive of what you're doing anymore. Hardly even need the... Thought I heard something. Whoops. Inner window and a wing mirror. Hey, Sprucey, I've managed to track Karen down. Come quick and bring everything you've got. Thanks for another sterling effort. Apologies for the minor interrogation from Penelope. I think we'll take her offline for now. We don't want her throwing accusations at everyone that gets on board. Hopefully people can entertain themselves by looking out the window or something. Let's see here. Silver and gold now. Fancy. The salvage house. This is the house where Karen's staying. They call themselves the Guardians of the Forest. To say it's all a bit eccentric is an understatement, but you have to respect the ingenuity of anyone who can knock up something like this from a repurposed treehouse and an aircraft they dredged up from nearby lake. This is the Dragon House, I bet. Karen's definitely onto something, so I'm going to stay for a while to help out with her investigation. As you know, though, I have my standards. No, there was also... there's so many different... There's a bunch of jobs referenced in the underground, the secret room of the old church. It's just interesting to see, you know? As you know, though, I have my standards. I'm sure they'll all appreciate the place getting a deep clean. I'm sure we're going to end up, like, scrubbing away all their murals, you know? No, it looks like the paint job on the wings won't come off. Okay. Hi there, Karen here. Michelle gave me your number as her coverage might drop off out here. Just to let you know, we're surveying Mount Rushless all day and everyone else is out or asleep. So you've got the place to yourself. Do our same pattern that we started with the train car here and see how it works for us. Quick rinse off with white and then switch to soap. We'll see how far we decide to go through with this one. Soak the light bulbs while we're at it. Probably don't need to soak them, but we will have to get up on top of the wings up there. very picky about where it can go. No, I don't think the soap was useful for that portion. Like, we can just as easily cover the ground with the base nozzle. Maybe? Yeah, let's do the same thing again. I feel like there is still some merit to that. Get basic coverage, then soap, then finish. It's finding that balance of time spent getting the soap over everything and time spent actually getting it clean. Little pseudo hippie commune going on here. Rinse. Maybe just doing a full soap pass is going to be better here. Michelle says that I should tell you what we're up to out here, but be warned, Michelle thinks we're far more interesting than we are. I think we have the tools just to do a direct clean sweep instead of a multi-pass operation here. Let's see how it goes. I feel like we might be doing this just to do this, and while, like, I'm perfectly okay with that, I don't want to feel like I'm doing it for efficiency when I'm very clearly not, you know? We mustn't delude ourselves, kind of thing. Yeah, let's clear the soap, and then we're going to go piece by piece. There's a lot of, like, parts on this, and the angles are wonky. So we're not going to get, at least as far as the stairs and the deck here, I don't think we're going to get value out of trying to do a multi-sweep with, like, rinse and soap and rinse kind of pattern. Don't have enough to rebuy the Urban X yet. Once we have access to both of them, we can kind of tailor to either coverage or cleaning strength. just like in the first game, the Trident just has so much versatility. I am noticing a lot more instances of dirt regions that are almost like inside of the geometry in some places. Like they didn't properly verify that a surface was actually visible and, well, fully visible. And some of them have been at the edge of collidable. I should start by owning my own weirdness and saying that I've always been sensitive to vibrations and frequencies. To me, certain places have their own signatures. Well, where Michelle and I are right now, on this bank jutting out of the volcano, there's a unique feel all around us. That's why I love it here. I do like how we're seeing a variety of different wood being used in this construction. Now, there is definitely, like, I would have liked to see more asymmetry in the type of wood they're using, because clearly some of the coloration is just aesthetic patterning. Like, we used the orange ones and the brown ones and these in this configuration because it looked nice, versus we used what we were able to get a hold of that would fit. I think it would have been a neat touch to this kind of place where there's a lot of irregularity. landing gear being used as a little decoration on the corner there. A little bit haphazard with the consistency of the sweep that I'm doing, but we're covering ground. It'll get there. We'll definitely be wrapping up either a little further into this one, or, you know, if we get done, this has got to be the last one. Unless something really cool starts happening. Clean all the bits, if and whens they become available. Like, they can look nice, but, like, permanent Christmas lights or just fairy lights in general, I feel, are one of those things that can very quickly become tacky. Like the we're being whimsical kind of tacky. It's that the impression you're going for is something that happens organically, and people can tell when you are attempting to affect it. that is on there. Do a soap pass on this. Nice flat surface. Good usage, I think. Be able to get a really nice rinse pass. To some extent, it lives in that, oh, we're so random kind of territory, you know? That if you have to declare it, you're not. Nice. All right, let's see what we can do with this. Appreciate that a lot of this rope is not actually like there's not dirt on all sides of it. Much more of the deck patio thing we can get done here. Like a pretty good next target. Hello, Sammy. Hello again. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. He says, you must scratch my head, or I'll yell in your ear. Oh, I'm sorry. Is this good enough, Sammy? Apparently it is sufficient. Primarily wants her head scratched, so I have, and she likes to crawl up my left side, so I have a little more freedom of movement with my mouse than I would if it were Ember, who likes to crawl up my right side. When I first felt the hum of the Muckingham Merman's beam, I couldn't believe it. It was the same signature as Rushless, only much louder, too loud. Suddenly something dawned on me. The gemstones of the merman must have come from beneath Rushless. Bit of a leap, but a plausible leap. I appreciate they have full-on foundation poles for the main building. Well, I acknowledge you, ma'am. I do. Just acknowledge all you want. You stopped giving me head pats. Oh, you sweetheart. Yeah. Oh. I still find it fun now and again to just try to minimize the use of the platforms in Similar. Like, how far can I get by just leaping around and changing angles before I have to use a ladder? It's like a low urgency platformer, you know? This might actually be one of those times when I need to switch things around to see at the top of it, because yep, it's this little sliver here. There we go. Get back to that. Not really necessary. Most of this is just kind of like moss, and that seems to come off pretty easy. Real quick here. Yeah, you know what? I think this might be a good opportunity. So let's... Whoops, there we go. We are ending, but let me actually wrap up. Well, we made some progress, and, you know, mission accomplished. It was a relaxation night. So I think we did that. I think we got plenty of relaxation, some nice simple PowerWash Simulator. Now what we'll do tomorrow, not decided yet. Maybe we'll start weaving another game in and get started on Amanda the Adventure, but we'll see. We still have a lot of ground to cover with PowerWash. But I hope everybody had a good time watching with us today. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, comment, subscribe, follow, whatever it is on the platform you're watching on. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through the platform-specific means such as subscriptions and memberships. There are also options on Patreon and Ko-fi. You can find links in the link tree in my bio and video descriptions. But with that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.